And Bank of Canada's Macklem says shelter price inflation has started to come off, increasing our confidence that it will gradually continue to ease. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says the Governing Council had a clear consensus for a 50 basis point cut.
Morning, guys. $50 until new 15s. I don't really see much here for bulls until we can reclaim like 450, 465 is supportive. Just looks choppy to me. In our 30-second opening range, trying to get back in. Russell really needs to find this low. Mixed market with RTY falling and NQ rising, which is never great for trend. ES in our 30-second opening range, NQ also attempting our 30-second opening range. See if ES can hold here at our previous low for a push up. For ES specifically, for any sort of expansion on the day to the upside, I think we need to see 72 to 75 go supportive above us. And I'd like to see RTY reclaim our value low and VWAP as supportive. But yeah, 50 to 65 above on NQ
Senior Bank of Canada
looks
Governor
like what
Rogers
we're going to
says
need to be
our
able to
position on
breach through,
quantitative
or that'll
tightening
be where we
remains
hit our
unchanged.
heads. But if we can get over that, then we can look for the gap fill. Let me just pick some of these. Mm, 75. There we go. See what buyers can do here. Someone attempting at 450 buy side. Again, really need to see this like 50 to 65 area start to build. It's our 30-second opening range high. Would like to see us develop outside of it, or this just will reject and continue to reject. Same thing on ES, 72 to 75. Russell trying to reclaim our value low right now and build on our previous low. We're just watching to see if this continues to fail, right, and then rotates down, or if we can actually reclaim this, stay open, and start to rotate back up to our high here into 39.30. This right now, right, it's still just holding these. These just look like, for clarification, these just look like pullbacks for right now. I don't think that this is overtly bearish in nature, right? Like we just bounced bottom of range on the higher time frame and are now just at our 15-minute VWAP and our 30-second opening range high. So we're just meeting very typical resistance here. But the overall trend from the bottom of our range is to the upside, right? We're seeing higher lows, we're seeing prices push. So we're just looking for price to be able to pull back and then defend this. We can start to get worried if we break below 420, 430 on NQ, like that area. If this starts to go resistance, right, and we don't just range here for a while or immediately break over, if we lose our ETH low and make like our 420 resistance, that's when you can start to get a bit worried, where we're gonna have to then come down to our value low on the day. And that's just a full range rotation of today, basically, right? Like coming down to all the way to value low is not incredibly bullish. And then we have to worry about something like this, potentially. So ideally, we hold this ETH low area, and if anything, just like immediately bid off of it if we have to do the full rotation. Right, so like this is your bear scenario, is we lose our ETH low VWAP, and then have to rotate down to value low, and then we have to watch out for a push below, you know, and a continuation down. As long as we're just kind of building in between here, I'm not incredibly bearish, though again, like the trend is still up, right, on this time frame here. This would just be a pullback, but we did hit resistance, right, and have started to sell since. So we're now just watching to see how we react here into this 420, 430 area. Buyers can hold, I will be pretty happy. If not, then we'll watch this as our resistance on a look below, again, for that move down to our value low on NQ, down at 394.50. That area. ES testing our value low now, off of the rejection of our 72 to 75. Russell also rejected. We're just watching to see how we look, again, below these points. Buyers need to be able to absorb these areas very quickly and then get us back above to trap, or this will remain our offer, and then we can look for larger rotations down. But I gotta see it first. Yeah, man. Sellers were absorbed last time at 410, so I think a look below 410 is what they need to achieve here
Bank of Canada's Governor
if
Macklem
they
says
want to
inflation
go
has
for
fallen
a
already
retest of
faster than
anything
expected.
lower, where I expect them to try to get absorbed again, and then we're looking for a look back over 426. Right, just like something like this. Where we see that this guy got absorbed last time here into 410. If they can lift this below, then we just look down to our value low on the day. So not looking for any longs until we can get back over 426 and see someone very clearly absorbed again here at 410s, or we look for that rotation again down to our lower box. Yes, retesting value low edge. Russell coming back up into our 420. Watching to see if we can get back over this. That'll have enough trapped sellers, I think, for us to negate a lot of this if we can get over. If not, this is where our offer will be sitting. So far, don't really see anything I personally want to be trading. Too easy to be off sides here. I think if you are short, this is a great first risk off as we come into our value low, just based off of pathing. I wouldn't be looking for more downside until we can see acceleration below our value low and then a reoffer. That's your secondary sell.
G20 finance ministers see good prospects of a soft landing for the global economy, according to a draft communique.
Greta, you feeling pretty good about risking off into the 50-minute VWAP? Yeah, exactly. See how NQ reacts here. So far holding our value edge. This 85-95 area is where we thought we were going to head. I still think that if this can't get back over, there's potentially one more leg down to like 356, 358, that area. But as of right now, holding value edge, so not looking for anything. Might just need to chop around here in between our ETH low and value low for a bit. Again, for anything that's like short-wise, we gotta see the look below an offer. Need to see our seller really show interest below our value here for a shift, or we should expect that buyers continue to attempt on these looks and then just absorb here and then continue to push back up. Not really seeing anything significant from either side as of yet. There's our rotation we were just talking about from value low back up to our ETH low. Yes, retesting our value low edge here at 64. See if we can get back above or if we reject again here. Just range trading right now, if anything. I personally am not taking anything here. Got our bounce. Just waiting to see if sellers are able to hold us. We're looking for a shift of offer, right? We knew that people were up at this 50. We then saw our secondary move here with ETH low going resistance at this 20 to 30, where we got our original bounce. We're now watching to see if this 20 to 30 again holds resistance for a value shift, right? We want to see if sellers that were here are now willing to defend here. If these guys aren't, then we can look for this to recover for a rotation back up. If they are, then we have this new ranging market, and there's not going to be a great trading opportunity unless you want to play the range until we can either break below this or above this, right? And what we're going to be looking for is a clear shift below and reoffer, or a clear shift above and bid. Until then, range. And try to keep this as clean as possible, so my drawings aren't everywhere.
Now the press conference with Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem has ended.
The bid needs to get over 400s here for a rotation back up. Sellers are trying to load down here into 390. 400's kind of our pivot right now, where if we're going to rotate back up to like 2030, then we got to get over 400s to. Sellers are going to try to step this thing down. And if they can do this and then hold it, then we're just going to continue this rotation. Probably the 60s would be my guess. Somewhere in here. Watch for our retest here, see if they can hold it. Reoffering now. This is where sellers need to really show their willingness to get us below this value and now hold it. If we can do this, then we have continuation down. If buyers are able to get us back over, then we should be able to do full rotation back up. So this is a very important reoffer, like I've been talking about for the last, like, I don't know, 30 minutes. Gotta show a willingness for sellers to continue to step down. Us below our previous buyers is a good first sign, but if these guys can't do it, then we'll look for that push over 400 for the rotation. This needs to continue to hold resistance for this. Just taking out our previous buyers and making them sellers, right? Just like we talked about. I'm risking off one here, off of that reoffer. Now into our reversion zone. Again, looking for 60. Got one more here as we push down into 60. One left, 385 average. Think we can push down into like 40, 45 if we don't see a clear bid at 60. Move stops down as we push down into this lower quadrant here. Just our next target, right? We've now done the full pathing. Push below this 40-45 should give us room down to I think 320. 320 is where I'm going to be taking off full risk personally. We're over $1,000 per contract here from our 385 offer.
So, Defense Intelligence Agency issued reports on nuclear threats.
I am fully out.
Far surpassed earlier nuclear weapons estimates. China will have more than
We'll look to re-enter if
2030.
we have a pretty weak reaction at ADR, but for me, this is good enough. Move stops down if you want, right? Just keep a runner. But ADR is a good enough trade for me. What this looked like with what we talked about in our pathing. Just shorting our 85s. Our look into it from a look below, right? Taking out our buyer, and then risking off into first target, and then risking off into second target. We are at ADR on both ES and NQ. Need to see a very clear look above 50s again for anything to be recovered for buyers. Just watching to see if this is like a bear flag like this. Coming back down, or if we can recover, and then we should just be able to rotate back up, I would guess. But I will let you guys know once I actually see something that isn't just me talking out of my ass. My stop would have been over 400s, yes. This is just our offering area. Do you see how we have a node here? So for us to be bullish, we need to recover that 400 and bid off of it, which is why I kept mentioning it. To me, this just makes sense. It's like, okay, well, this is where we're looking for sellers to rotate down. The most bearish response, right, is us holding our value low and then going. Anywhere in here is a fine stop out because you'll have another re-entry, right? So it's really up to you to figure out how much risk you want to put on, but there's nothing bullish about this area until a recovery of 400s. Does it become less bearish if we chop here? Yeah, and you might want to consider getting out because it could go either direction, right? You have to remember that there's nothing wrong with if we do look back up into this and it's higher, all you need to do is wait for that secondary move again. Because we need to see that initial seller here, and then we need to see that secondary seller here. This is the most important part, is taking out the previous buyer and then showing that offer lowering and then pushing down. So if you do stop out in here, it is fine to then re-enter as soon as we start to see this action. Because what does this mean? It means that there's probably a buyer who's off sides here, and then we have a secondary seller stepping in to then punish this guy. And now we have a reason for acceleration to occur, right? So even if you get stopped out in this area, we can always just get back in. I'm totally fine, losing 5-6 points here and calling it writing it off as a scratch if we're going to be able to then capture 100 points to the downside. And get stopped out twice for all I care about. If the trade is for 100 points on 5-6 points of risk. Here, and let me show you from a footprint perspective what we were seeing. Do we see why I care about this 400? What do we see here from sellers? What do we see? This is important because on our original sell down, we know someone got absorbed here into this low. This then caused a rotation back up like this into this offer that was sitting here. Do we see that? So this guy got absorbed. We rotated back up into this, and then we immediately offered again. Why is this area so important after we reject and push down? What is this representing compared to what this was representing? I'm talking about these blocks of deltas, of why this is now an actionable area where I want to be looking to short. What are we seeing occur just based off of price action alone? Is this the thing that I just was talking about? This is
recent article on
where the
CNBC says
offer is trying to shift, right?
for the December rate meeting.
So if we're now looking below and we're now seeing size really push on, I'm looking for a stronger move because we're now trying to take out this passive buyer who was absorbing market sells, right? And we're now seeing them load the boat. And so if we can get below this, we know that this is going to be able to accelerate to the downside. But if we push back over 400s, I know that we have this LVN that we can fill, right? And by LVN, I'm just, this is this space here. So I'm only looking to see if sellers here can hold this and rotate down for acceleration. If we can do that, we know that someone's going to, there's a lot more ammo here now, or fuel for this rotation down, because this passive buyer will be offsides. We've seen that secondary seller step in, right? The seller was here. They've then shifted down to here at 420. And now we're seeing them attempt to shift here at 390. So we're seeing a seller shift
significant progress on prices.
1 time, 2 times, and now 3 times. So value is shifting down. And we're seeing them defend it on every attempt. Hopefully that helps and makes sense. And the only reason I was willing to trade, to invalidate this, is if this guy isn't able to push it down, right? This guy can't hold this, then these are going to be potentially offsides, and we look for that secondary bid, right? That bid in recovery of 400s for this rotation back up. Because this guy is very important now. Either passive buyers are able to absorb these sellers, and then we rotate back up and look for a secondary bid at 400 for a rotation back up to the top of our range. Or these guys hold, and we're looking for fuel for the fire for a rotation back down, which is what happened. But these guys are now what I'm watching. And we understand that if we start to build above these guys instead, that we're filling this LVN that was created here, and we're trading back up into this, the top of this section of sellers from 420 to 430. And that's why you want to be stopped out over 400. Because we know that then these sellers have failed this block here, and we're just going to be rotating right back up. So that's how I kind of figure out my risk. And then I always just risk off into ADR, because why wouldn't you? That's crazy. This is ADR on ES and NQ. What am I doing trying to keep my short open into ADR? The numbers on the left of the footprint are sellers, I'm assuming. I don't know if I understand what you're saying. Let me screenshot that again. The left of the footprint? Are you talking about the numbers here? The numbers here? The numbers here? Or the numbers here? A lot of numbers. So this is, these two columns are representing the amount of buying, market buys and market sells, right, at each interval, right, each price level. These are showing you the difference between those buyers and sellers. And when there's a large enough difference between the number of market buys and market sells, we get a block that is represented by either blue or red, and it will show you the difference between those two numbers in that block. And it represents it then with an area of color, right? So all this is showing you the transactions that occurred at each price level. This color next to these numbers is showing you the difference between the buyers and sellers, right? The market deltas, the buy deltas and sell deltas. So it's only going to show you these colored blocks when there's a large enough differential between the market, the buy deltas and selling deltas. And then it gives you a representation of how much of a difference that is visually. That's all it is. And then what's showing up here is the accumulation, right? So this is showing us per candle. This on the side, on our profile on the side, is showing you the accumulation of where these selling deltas and buying deltas have occurred.
In 5 minutes
So
time now,
instead of
we
just
expect some
flat
comments from
volume, which is what
speakers.
this is showing, the purple or blue, I don't know what color this is. I think it's purple. The purple here, right, is showing you just straight volume, whereas this is showing you straight the deltas that have been traded at these price levels so far today. Whereas this is showing it just on this candle alone. This is showing a representation or a histogram of the day. So we can kind of see where sellers have been positioning, where buyers have been positioning, who's off sides, and where kind of these tails are developing. So there's lots of information that can be deciphered off of a print chart like this. The far left candle. Oh shit, my bad. Can you explain the far left candle for me? The 199, 169, 205. They got absorbed and price went up. Checking about this. Yeah, so this is the same thing where we have an area where sellers have tried to push price down, and we got a rotation that looked something like this, and this created an imbalance, right? And we can see that represented on footprint. And what we're looking for is for either sellers to get absorbed, right, on a secondary test. This is the most important part, is right here, is what they failed to do, which is do this, right? This is the opposite of what happened here. Do we see the difference here? Where sellers were absorbed in the last attempt where they sold. I need to delete some of this chicken scratch. So what happened here is that sellers pushed price down, and then we rotated back up, and then we saw a secondary seller step in to then defend these guys. What happened here is the exact opposite of it, which is we pushed down, right? And then on a secondary attempt, these guys were absorbed, and we held where these sellers were positioned before. So now these guys are offsides, and we're now defending this low, and then from that we then push off of it. So what we were looking for is for sellers to be able to push below this, and then for a larger acceleration to occur here to then rotate down. But instead, we hold this. Buyers are able to passively absorb here, and then we're able to then look up with these guys now being majorly offsides, with secondary sellers then majorly offsides as well from here and here. All right, I got to pay attention to what's going on. Can't talk anymore.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Chipperland.
40 seconds until new 15s. This is what I am watching for, by the way. If we don't hold our range low here, this is just on QQQ. This is the range that we've been trading in. We're right back down to our lows here. I personally have been looking for us to take out this 487.57 for a week now. We'll see if we get it, but I would really love to see us trade into this. So take out these look out and then start to be able to build higher lows, right, from here and here. We'll see what happens, but we are attempting to take out our range low right now. We'll see if they get absorbed again, like we have over and over and over again, and if this rotates again through this range, or if we can actually start to push, and then I would, again, the plan is to take out these lows, come down into demand here, and then rotate back up. What that looks like on NQ, go to a 4-hour real quick, would be taking out this this low here into 210. So if we lose 296 and start to build below, I'm going to be looking for us to take out that 210 area. Something like this, where we look below and then we look for above and then go for a continuation up. Until then, we're just at ADR, and I'm not shorting ADR. ADR is your average daily range. So it's a mathematical calculation that takes the average movement per day and gives you it gives you, sorry, it takes the movement per day and then it combines them all for whatever, it's either a 10 or 14 usually, how much movement we usually get in that name. So for ES and NQ, right? So it's taking the last 14 days or last 10 days, depending on your calculation, and then creating an average out of it. And we, unless we have something crazy happen, right, we expect price to move within within that average, right? Like we don't get like huge outlier moves usually. Usually we kind of rotate within the same percentage on a day-to-day basis. So it's a pretty significant thing when we start to see the average daily range not hold. And so, like if ADR low, which is where we're trading now on ES and NQ, became resistance, and we did see a significant shift where, let's say, price started to hold this as resistance, our range low, like this is a pretty significant sign that we want to continue to trend down, right? If we lose ADR, there's like a stronger than usual seller in the market is what that's signifying. So for me, if I was in a short from above, I am always taking some risk off into ADR because we aren't there. It doesn't make sense to be looking for an outsized move that hasn't met our ranging market that we've been trading in for the last 2 weeks. We know where what kind of moves and volatility that has been expected for the last 2 weeks, and to be looking for more is kind of a fool's errand. But if we can start to show interest below this, right, then we have a very clear picture of like, oh, okay, there's a seller in the market who is not respecting, I guess is the best way, the average percentage rotations that the market has been doing on a daily basis, and is clearly trying to sell. And we should be aware of that, and then we can look to then try play with the trend, right? Because this is going to be a larger than usual percentage day to the downside or upside, right? If we start to lose our ADR low or high. I would Google ADR for more information, but that's a good basic rundown of why we use it. gives you an understanding of the average market move per day. It also really keeps you in check, right? Like, I don't want to be shorting into ADR. If anything, I'm looking for reversions now away because we've now done the downside move, right? So either buyers absorb in this area and then we just rotate back up, or we're going to see a very significant shift in the market where this then becomes resistance and then we look for downside moves, right? Like it's incredibly important that you realize that your risk here to short the market is terrible. Terrible. You are way more, you're going to be making money just buying ADR low way more often than trying to short ADR low. Right? Like your odds here are so bad to make money shorting. So you want to be risking off into this area because we've already met the daily low, right? If we're trading the same amount of volatility on a daily basis, your odds are just not in your favor down here. Can we keep going down? Sure, but again, like it's all about risk to reward, and your risk to reward is so bad down here for shorts. How do you find it? It's a custom calculation, but this is our one of our indicators that we have in our suite, Sandy. So if you have our indicator pack, then you just it auto applies to your charts. What's up, Sauce? Yeah, so this is in our patty indicator, Dan. The one with the hamburger. There's your ADR box. The same thing can be found on levels as well if you don't want to use patty. You can see that it's represented here just in the levels indicator as ADR low, and it creates a box for you. Let me turn off drawings. Right, so there it is. There's our ADR low. So we have it actually the same thing in both levels and patty, depending on which one you like. We are currently trying to work with Top Step to try to get them to add our levels indicator and PVC and a couple others into Top Step X. That's the current in the works plan right now. Yeah, but that is something that we are trying. I don't know if you'll ever see me on Top Step TV. That is not my jam. I'd go on your TV show, Horatio. What would we talk about? First we mud wrestle, he says. The good icebreaker. Mohammed, when was the last red day you have? I don't really have significant red days anymore. I have neutral days, but I keep my risk to an appropriate level where I can lose trades and then my next trade can have. I don't really I don't over leverage. You're not really having huge red days unless you're over leveraging. I trade 1 to 2 contracts usually, 4 in solid trades where I've averaged in, but 1 to 2 with like 10 points of risk is not bad, especially when you're usually making 50 to 100 points in the trade. So again, like I think the biggest issue for a lot of you is that you're trying to do too much too quickly. When I'm only trading 1 to 2 contracts, you should be probably trading 5 micros, just to give like an idea of account size and scaling. Like a lot of you are trying to pass your combines way too quickly, and you're putting on way too much size, and that's giving you it's a problem with your risk to reward, right? Like if you're trading a 50K account and you're trading 2 to 4 minis, you're limiting the amount of opportunities you can take on a day and the amount of times you can be wrong. Because if you're wrong, twice trading minis on a 50K account, okay, well, you just blew up for the day because you were wrong twice in a row. That's not sustainable. You have to trade for your account size. I don't think people realize how much leverage they're actually putting on when they trade minis. I mean, this is
World Bank, Spain to announce early IDA pledge.
This is a highly leveraged instrument that we're trading, and like if you aren't actually treating it as something that you have to slowly scale into and scale out of, you're going to blow up a lot. And I know you want to pass your combine and get funded as fast as possible, but if you aren't in the mindset of like, this is something that I'm committing to and that I will make, $200 a day on and slowly build up, you're going to have a hard time being sustainable in the long term. So even if you're only trading 1 to 2 minis, I would highly recommend that you instead trade micros of the same. So you'd trade 10 to 20 micros. You want to give yourself the wiggle room to be able to scale out. So instead, if you are a 1 mini trader, you want to be trading 10 micros and then scaling out in 2 lots or 5 lots, right? So that gives you more opportunities to take profit and let runners run without you getting emotional. It's incredibly important that you guys like actually size for your account. Like here's yesterday's P&L from stream. All right. Well, here, first of all, here's today's. But I'm only showing you this so that you can understand that like I'm trading 2 lots. Right, so here's today's so far. We've taken 5 trades and we have 10 contracts. So that is 2 contracts per trade. This was yesterday. Right? So we took 17 trades and 34 contracts. You see how I'm trading 2 lots, but I'm keeping my risk in check. I'm only taking trades that make sense for my trade plan, and I'm stopping out or at break even or just letting my runners run. I'm not taking crazy trades. We're just taking things that we talk about on stream and what sets up and what meets my criteria. And I'm keeping my risk in check. and we're letting things play. And I'm stopping out when things aren't going my way. And that's that. Right? Like, we don't have to do anything crazy. You don't have to trade 10 lots to make money. It's consistency and compounding. I'd be better off throwing my money in an automated trading system. Probably, Sandy. Probably. What I would recommend you do is, until you can successfully pass a combine on your own, don't invest, into 5 or 6 combines at the same time. You need to show yourself. You need to be able to prove to yourself that you can pass a combine without luck, right? Without getting lucky on like a news event or something like that. And until you have a few trade plans that you are able to trade consistently. So trade ideas or setups, I guess is the best way to put it. Having a playbook made and then being able to only trade those setups in your playbook, the things that you are really confident in, and be able to consistently trade those and pass a combine. You probably shouldn't be investing in multiple combines, right? Until you can successfully pass one pretty easily. Because it's just going to be a waste of money to you, right? Like, you can do the same thing just by paper trading yourself. So I would keep your combine costs lower so that you don't get discouraged. Because what's the point of just restarting a combine after you fail one? Nothing's changed, right? Like, you're still emotionally trading. You're still doing the things that made you lose 5 combines in a day. And so until you change those behaviors, you're just going to repeat the cycle. So what you need to be doing is journaling your bad trades and what made you lose 5 combines in a day, and start to look at the trades that were successful and the ones that failed and figure out what happened. Because until you do that, you're going to continue to do the exact same stuff over and over and over again. And it's this terrible emotional cycle for you. Right? And something that in the meantime that you can do is, right, like, you found us through Top Step TV from Tom. He does algo trading, right? So while you're learning to manually trade, you could put money into on the easy algo side and let that run while you personally learn. So it is something that is offered. But I really think that if you are continuously failing combines over and over again, you should probably take a step back and reevaluate, right? Just figure out what's going on. Because there's clearly something that's not clicking, or something that needs to be fixed from a mental perspective, right? Where, like, you have to fix this thing that's, like, hurting you. It's so important. Or you're just going to be throwing money into the wind, right? Like, at no point should you be failing combines in a single day. You're not following proper risk management. And you don't want to hear that, right? But, like, you should be able to consistently make, like, $100, $200 a day, and then you should be able to walk away and you'll slowly pass these combines. If you're losing or meeting your daily drawdowns on a daily basis, and let's say you have 5 winning days in a row and then you have 1 losing day and you blow up your account, are you following proper risk management? Have you given yourself an opportunity to actually be successful?
Who speaks about community colleges at a 2024 Virginia Education and Workforce Conference. Also expecting comments from ECB's Escrivia as well.
Like, it's super important that you kind of, like, ask yourself those questions, because, like, you're doing yourself a disservice. And I don't mean you specifically here, but, like, you're an easy example right now just because you mentioned it. where like you work so hard for a month or a few weeks building up your combines and trying to pass these, and then I see it over and over again where people will fail them in 1 or 2 trading days because they're tilted, right? So you're just like completely disregarding all of the work you just put in for a week or two, getting to that point because you're now trading on tilt, right? You're trading emotionally, and you're no longer following your plan, and that's how they get you. You have to remember that like these prop firms are not your friend. They can be like one of the greatest opportunities that you'll ever have to make money, right? But they're not your friend. They make money off of you by continuously charging you for paper accounts to pass their combines. What we want to do is take advantage of the opportunity that they're giving us with proper knowledge and risk to reward, right? All of a sudden, like someone who has $100 has the ability to make thousands of dollars by clicking buttons, right? But it has the same opportunity to completely ruin you if all you're doing is gambling and trading emotionally. Just to remember like what kind of opportunity this can be for you, but to not live on hopium, right? We want to go about it with our emotions in check and make sure that we're doing everything we can to not get caught in that gambling cycle. All right, time to talk about the market again. Got a little sidetracked there. See if 350 can bid here. We want to see this buyer be able to maintain over this. The idea here is we want to see if this guy who's currently bidding and trying to raise the value, shift value here, can get us back inside over our value low. If we can get back over this value low edge off of a 350 hold, it's a really good, it has a really good chance to completely rotate back up into the highs. We want to see if buyers can build in this area. If they can develop here and then start to build over this 370, there is a very solid chance that we rotate back up to POC on the day. We know sellers are going to be trying to be positioned here, and we know that sellers want price to get back below 350 so that the buyers are off sides in this area. So we're going to be either looking for sellers on a look back below 345, 350, right, on a secondary move, wrapping these buyers, and then looking for our offer here for a rotation back down, or we're going to be looking for buyers above this 370 and a bid for a rotation back up. Right now, this is where we're trying to trap either side. It's very important to see sellers and buyers interacting here, and then a secondary move. So here's our look above and failure. This is a bit more abrupt than I wanted, to be honest. Give me a sec. See what we can do here. Just did the move without a retest, which feels bad. There's nothing bullish for me until we can get over this 370. This 350 buyers just got completely stuffed. And now we need to re-offer into here. If sellers are positioned here into 345, 350, we get continuation, I would assume. But for me personally, I don't want to touch anything here. That happened a bit quicker than I wanted.
In 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We're expecting possible comments from Fed's Barkin, though he is speaking on education. Also expecting comments from ECB's Escrivia as well.
I don't mind this low, right? Like I don't think anything's really shifted here. It's just that this is such a major sell level above. And so we need to see like a pretty clear sustained bid. I think probably on a 15-minute candle, and then a new one opens above POC for continuation, or it's just going to get it, it's going to be very choppy. So we're looking for like a sustained bid over 350 for continuation, I think. Not just like this like look above and then trap, because that's what just happened. We need to see like a very clear hold from one candle to the next, probably on a 15-minute time frame, I would assume. Club, you should be able to just go back a bit in the video. The VOD will be available as well. You should be able to just like rewind, right? I think what Ty posted in YouTube chat is a really good exercise for yourself. Like you can create the same parameters of getting funded through TopStep or Apex or any of these prop firms for yourself in just a regular sandbox account, and then it's just holding yourself to the same standards, right? All prop firm sandbox accounts give you is the accountability of failing, right? Like you can't lie, you can't cheat. Either you pass or you don't, right? Either you fuck up or you don't.
So seeing a drop in Apple shares here, down 2% now at a session low.
So if you can be accountable to yourself, which is one of the first steps to actually becoming successful, right? And everything in life is being true to yourself, not lying to yourself. That's going to be like, you can do the same exercises of passing a combine and you can practice. And once you get good enough with it, you know, combines will start to feel incredibly easy. Just do the same things. Maintain the same drawdown as if you were on a TopStep account. Maintain the same risk model where if you don't have the same amount of leverage and the same amount of risk, right? Like they would stop you out for the day. And just build up that mental muscle, right? Getting good at trading those, and you'll start to pass them pretty quickly. But again, like if you continue to do the same thing over and over again, like yeah, looking for something to change but doing the same thing it's just not an effective way to learn.
So seeing some reports on X here regarding Apple, as the industry analyst says the iPhone 16 orders are to be cut by 10 million units going into 2025, again according to sources on X.
At some point you have to have like a reality check with yourself and be like, okay, well, if I want to make this real, if I actually want to do this, then I need to get my shit together, right? I need to change because clearly what I'm doing isn't working. So what is the thing that I'm doing wrong or that I feel like I could fix, the things that the limiting factors that are currently holding me down. And now let's build up a plan of how I can fix those for myself, right? And it doesn't have to be all at once, but it has to be something that you recognize and start to be accountable for. We're like, why is anything going to change? It doesn't make sense. It's the same thing for anything in your life. Like, I want to lose weight. Okay, well, why are you not losing weight now?
Shortly expecting comments from Fed's Barkin and ECB's Escrivia.
Is it your diet? Is it you're not exercising? Is it both?
How much monetary policy talk will
Is there something in your control that you can change yourself personally? It's the same thing for everything in your life, right? Like you have to be accountable to yourself if you want to see actual change. So what are you currently doing wrong in your trading and what can you fix easily? Work on the things that you can fix easily. Be proud of yourself for them, right? Work slowly on it. And just go down that checklist of things that you can fix personally, and all of a sudden you're going to be passing. Back to our value edge here. Let's see if we can build over 50s. Again, this is what we were talking about before. Need to see a very clear hold of POC. New 15's opening now. 50 buyer is what we're looking for to be able to sustain. Same as before, want to see this POC ideally hold here on retest if buyers are going to be able to look above and hold this.
So as expected, Fed's Barkin does not comment on the economy or monetary policy in his prepared remarks.
See if bids can absorb here. We've got news, so just like, please be careful. I haven't taken a trade yet down here into this low. We're looking for the ability for ES, NQ, and RTY. Oh, excuse me, to all reclaim our value edges here. Yeah, I think that's good. 56.25, sure. Yeah, I mean, we have someone trapped here, but they're smalls right now. There's a seller who's was absorbed into 300, 305, and then we have a secondary seller who's been absorbed at 335. And then we have a bid that's attempting at 350 on NQ. But it seems pretty two-sided still, personally. Recovery of our value edge will just be the easiest signal to actually take a trade. Oh, nice club. Let me know if you have any questions, man. RTY leading up? I don't know, man. It is going up. I don't know if it's leading. We gotta recover our value edge. I think you're in the Discord server now, yeah. What's your name in Discord club? This move is not something I want to be a part of personally. It's a bit too volatile, and I don't see what I need to see today take an actionable trade. We'll see if we can push below 300s for a continuation play, but like again, this is a little thin for me. It sucks that we just like missed out on 50 points, but to me, I didn't see a great setup, so I'm not like incredibly worried about it. Yeah, the ladder is a bit thin. Sellers are really going to want to try to clear below here, hold us below 300s, 310s. If they can do that, then we can potentially see some more room to the downside. Right, it's just like we talked about where they tried to accelerate us below 310, so we'll be looking to see if they can hold this for rotations. But expect hard, like a little bit of a battle here, some two-sided trading while we figure out what we want to do. Again, I'm not shorting ADR low. I'll play the secondary move. I don't care. Do what you want. I'm just letting you know personally. If you go into the indicators channel on our Discord, there's a thread that I wrote up in the indicators section called period value zone that's has a bit more information than the trading view page. Here, I'll just put that in. I just linked it into the indicator section. I put it in a attendee shop and in the indicator channel. Hmm. All right. Are they going to give us something actually actionable here? Kind of feels like ES needs 840. This candle is so unfortunate.
Barkin says the supply of skilled workers remains limited. US Trade Representative Tai says the US economy has brought CPI down and created jobs.
How do you get so you set your stop lower where you don't get stopped out all the time after getting hit and burned? How do you get so you set your stop lower where you don't get stopped out all the time after getting hit and burned? Can you go a bit more in depth on that one? I don't know if I understand what you're saying, Sandy. I'll get to everyone else's questions as well that are after that. So you saying like you get chopped out and then you enter again and you're just getting chopped out again, like repeatedly? So my first question is going to be, why are you stopping out there? Has something changed in your original conviction to take a long? What were you looking for when you originally took a long or a short in the area that you're watching? What was the idea? Right? Like if you can't answer that as even just like a basic question of like why you're entering, that's your first issue, right? You don't actually have a trade plan. Sometimes things do just get a little choppy, right? And it's not the right time to be executing. And if you take multiple attempts and you continue to get chopped out, you might want to just wait, right? Because clearly it's not working. The whole idea of you entering a trade and putting risk on and putting money in the market is because you think it's going somewhere. So you either have to give it time to go to the place you want, or you have to be in and out, right? Like you either are looking for an instant reaction or you're looking for a larger time frame target. And so if you're looking for something that's larger, then you have to have a larger area of an invalidation, right? Because you have to let your plan play. If you're looking for something instant, then you have to have a reason why you think it's going to be instant. And if it doesn't meet your criteria of like why something would instantly move, right? Then like that's going to be your first issue. So when we look for
says risks to inflation
let this
remain
guy
balanced.
talk. So when we look for moves that happen very quickly, it's because we have we've met the criteria for a move to occur, right? We have someone who we have identified as offsides. We've identified a buyer or a seller that we are playing with, and then we're playing with them in the direction that we want them to go, right? So like I think that what you're really asking me is like, how do I create a trade plan that makes sense and actually has edge? That's what I hear when you say that. Which is something that we can definitely help work on with you. Right? Yeah, I think like one of the biggest things that you have to remind yourself is that you do not affect the market, right? What you want to happen does not matter. You do not have any real money in the market, and you do not have the ability to cause change. So our job as smaller traders is to find the people who do have the money to create change and play with them in the direction that they are currently moving. Right? Stop trying to get it to do what you want it to do and follow what the participants who actually move the market are doing. Right? And if we can find that edge, right, and identify them before it actually happens, that's when we can actually make money. Which is what we teach, right? That's the entire premise is, okay, let's get the ego out of the way and understand that we have zero say in where the market goes, but let's teach you how to identify the people who do have who can affect the market and participate with them, right? And take what we can when it is offered. All right. Yeah, this is a pretty good representation of our day-to-day interactions, Mark. You'll also get like a lot of charts from me in Discord with the trades, with the ideas, as well as my chart book. So like if you're a paid member, you get access to live updating versions of my charts with levels and indicators and everything that you can access from your browser. And when I draw, you'll see the drawings on your screen, you'll see the levels and everything else also included, as well as Braxton's options plays and the weekly newsletter. But usually it's just like a market commentary. It's like and we just talk about what trades I'm actually taking, and we just go through what I see or what Mario sees on a daily basis. All right, did I miss anyone else's questions? Quick questions on TradingView. How do you get rid of all of the indicator bars they show on your chart on your screen? How do you get rid of all the indicator bars? What does that mean?
ECB's Escriva says our central scenario is convergence with the target next year.
Oh, this right here? Is this what you're saying? It looks like this for you? You can just like minimize it with this arrow right here. Again, I don't really see anything actionable here. It sucks, but like I don't. This is like more than likely probably going to be a bid. I'm just saying, like, they're probably going to absorb most of the sellers down here, trap them off sides, and then we rotate back up. That's my guess. I don't think it's actionable yet, but my guess is that these guys are going to be caught off sides into this low here, and then we'll probably rotate back up, and then that'll cause probably a much larger push. Again, I'm flat, but this is kind of what I'm looking at right now with this action. If something actually gives us an opportunity to get in with, I will take it, right? And I'll let you guys know. But my personal bias right now is that we are probably going up, and that these guys are going to be pushed off sides. We haven't identified the right side of the V trade yet, but when it does set up, we will take it, right? If we do get it. We don't want to be buying just some consolidation at the lows. We want to see a clear buyer and then play with the secondary. But my general thought process is that these guys are going to get squeezed. If that idea changes, I'll let you know. But it's just a bit fishy down here. Is it too difficult to convert the algo programs for TradeStation to be able to use? I think currently you guys only are on using NinjaTrader. You'd have to ask Tom in the Easy Algos Discord. I don't do much with that, but I don't know if TradeStation even has the ability to automate strategies. I'm not familiar with the platform at all. Oh, he just answered it in chat. Yeah, only NinjaTrader, sadly. Something to point out, Mark, is that I usually am not here for the full market every day. Mario is usually on in the afternoons, and a lot of the days I will trade the morning session, and then I will leave in the afternoons unless I see something, unless like I'm already in a trade or I feel like there's potential for it to be a good afternoon session. But I try to stick to like the mornings to mid-afternoon. I find I have the most success around 10 to 12. I usually don't trade the open, so like the first 30 minutes, 45 minutes of the market. And then I find that the best trading I have is around like 10:15, 10:30. And then that usually lasts like an hour or two. And then I'll watch to see what happens. But the afternoons are just a bit too slow for me personally. But regardless of that, I do stream every day for my session. Usually we do a free stream on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, just to get people familiar with what we do. And then on those days that we aren't doing the free streams, we're doing a private stream for the Discord members. And then, of course, Mario's also on live as well for the afternoons. I've been really considering taking Mondays off though, because I can't stand trading Mondays. feels like the biggest waste of time. And then we also have class Monday, every Monday after market, 30 minutes after market, where we go over your trades or a specific lesson for the day or whatever. And those are all recorded. It should just be called levels, man. Like if you search. Yeah, it should just be levels. Yeah, classes are for premium members only unless we open it up, and then all VODs are posted in Discord and are also available on YouTube, but they're all labeled with like the general theme. So if you want to work on something specifically, all of the categories are in Discord, so you can just like go into that category and be like, oh, I want to learn about auction market theory, and then there's like there'll be a bunch of classes on that, or like trading psychology, or journaling and playbooking. Like we did a full series where for an entire week, all we did was we could do playbooking. So like creating a play, going over and reviewing plays of the same type from the day, from previous days, taking examples from other people from chat of the plays that they found, and then like creating a playbook together. And then there's also lessons on each individual indicator as well, where we've done like full deep dives on like how to best use PVZ or Patty, and like strategies that were developed for them. I don't know. It's too much content, actually. Too much. Nah, you don't have to go back and watch every single one. We have a crash course that we've made of like the highlight videos, the important ones. I think if you give me an understanding, if you can give me a gauge of where you're at, I can tell you where to start. Because we all start from different places, and sometimes we need to unlearn some things to actually be successful. Again, I'm not trading this. I'm sorry that I'm not really talking about the market right now. I personally think that these guys get burned, so I just don't want to touch it because I don't have a good feeling. And when I don't have clear edge, I'm not taking a trade. There's no point to put you guys at risk or myself at risk. Either I see something or I don't. Again, like the general idea, if we go to what happened to my QQQ chart? Oh, okay, yeah, here. Is I still think that like this, if we don't see just buyers absorb these sellers and get us back into this range, then I think that we need to take out these lows. That's been my idea for weeks now. I still think that that is probably what needs to happen for us to actually get a bigger break. Is we got to take out this low and then absorb, get someone off sides here, and then we can rotate and make new highs. But short term, I'm just keeping an eye on how we base here, right? Because all we're doing, is coming back down into this original basing. And I think that there's a lot of potential, unless we accelerate through, that people can get absorbed here and then we can look to play the re-entry back into this range. So I'm actually going to go to a smaller time frame here. So what I'm concerned about, go full screen, is say we come down into this, and then what I want to be playing is the recovery of this, and then we just play this rotation back up. That's all. So I'm just really keeping an eye on how we interact here into this low. And again, like if this doesn't hold, there might be an opportunity here where like this value low edge goes resistance, and then we can play on the break of this, and then we can play a short downward, right? Because this is then a value low rejection, and then we play down to the wick low, and then we're just going to be watching for the recovery of this, and then the rotation back through this range. Where this would be first PT, and this would be second PT. So I'm really just keeping an eye on these two setups where either we lose our value edge here, and then this goes resistance, and then we take out the lows, or the recovery of our value high edge here, and then the bid for a rotation back up. I don't know, so we'll see. For the low to be taken out, it's this like 210 area below us on NQ. Just to give an idea, that would be this area here on QQQ. The equivalent would be this like 206, 218 area. No, don't worry about chat, man. Ask what you want. Most people that are asking questions are on the Discord and not the YouTube chat, so feel free to use either. But don't ever be scared to ask questions. That's why I'm here. $40 seconds until new 15s. I'm just going to mark our current sellers that we can clearly see on tape. We've got a guy who's positioning at 70 that we're going to need to be able to reclaim. We have a guy who's positioned at 90 that we're going to have to be able to reclaim. So we're going to be watching for these to be re-offer points. And then, other than that, that's really all I see. Again, I don't really see much actionability here. We've got buyers who are absorbed into 312 to 300. So we can shift this. 300. And then we're just going to be looking for trend continuation on these candles into an open of new 15s. If you do want to play this trend continuation, we just look for POC to value low of the previous candle to hold as resistance. And again, I'm targeting down to 210 for this. I'm personally not trading it, but I think that price can move down to that area, to that 210. The gray box is a automatic halfway back mark of our 15-minute candle. So the previous 15-minute candle, it will then draw a box of a fib retracement of the 618 to 0.5 area of the previous 15-minute candle. When we're in a trending market, you usually see an interaction there. So we have a couple lessons on this, but it's literally just a 15-minute halfway back to 618. We call that like our golden zone. So in trend, you usually see price fail to get over that halfway back to 618 retracement in a trending market. That this area would act as resistance or support, depending on which way we're trending. So it's an area that we continue to look at as like a clear, just price action based indicator of like, oh, okay, if we're not holding our halfway back to 618 area, then we're probably going to continue down, right? It's just a variable that you can check in your trade plan of being like, oh, okay, well, we haven't recovered this, so we still haven't broken our downtrend. And so this is an area where if I was looking for a seller, this is a pretty likely area for them to be. Just a price action tool. It's actually kind of crazy how well it works. It works even better in crypto. It's insane how well halfway backs work in crypto. Excuse me. Coming into our offer point here on NQ. Watching to see how we react into 60 to 70. Again, we have that seller who's sitting there at 70. This is our value low of our previous candle. POC of the candle is at that 70 level. We'll watch to see if sellers can hold this or if we can start to show interest above. That would take us back up to 90 if we do. Until then, we just look for our seller to be positioned here. Again, I am personally flat, just waiting for the right side of the V. I think that this area is incredibly dangerous. For buy side, we need to see this 40 continue to show interest. We can see a very clear buyer, passive buyer who is there. And we know that there's a seller here, right, into 70s. So we are looking for this buyer who will absorb sellers here into 40 to be able to maintain. And we are looking for the recovery of 70s and push for a rotation to 90s. If this 70 offer holds, right, the seller is what we refer to as the offer, then we know that we will rotate back down to 40. If 70s can go bid, we know we will rotate up to 90, where our next offer is. That's all that we're watching here. We've identified a potential buyer at 40s, but we haven't seen a secondary interaction that I want to play with yet. All we've done is rotate back up to our last selling location from that 40. We're now watching to see if we can start to develop a break of this downtrend and start to see some buyers show some excitement. Again, all we have done is come back up to our offer at our 60 to 70. We have not seen any confirmation yet that buyers care, other than like passively. We're not seeing a ton of market buying yet. They attempted at 70s but got stuffed. And now we're just waiting for the interaction here. Can we develop out a higher low? And can we start to actually show excitement? Or is this just going to be a rotation back down? I get so tired of glitches and top step. You go to move your stop up and it takes you out when you didn't even ask to take you out and you weren't even close. Are you dragging your stop or are you like moving your stop manually on the DOM, Sandy? I'm not too familiar with the Top Step X platform, but I know that you can drag your stop once it's on your chart. Yeah, you might be left clicking instead of right clicking. And I think if you left click on the DOM, you might actually just be market ordering out instead of moving your stop. I do know that there are some glitches on the platform, but I just want to make sure that you're not left clicking. I think the same thing could probably happen if you like moved your profit target below price. It might actually just market order you out. This is really important for sellers if they can maintain 60s now off of the 70 offer. They're trying to build a lower high here. Watching to see how they interact. We have 4 minutes left on this candle. Buyers are doing a decent job so far. Again, we've identified this guy at 40. Got to get over 70s and actually show a willingness to hold. What's up, Mickey? Yeah, I'm feeling better. My sleep schedule is still a bit cursed, but it's slowly getting better. The footprint is built into TradingView. SK, also welcome. The settings I have on footprint are custom, but I can just give you those. It's not a big deal. So footprint's actually a chart type now on TradingView. Volume footprint. So you can just go to this chart type and then I'll just show you my settings and then you can just put the same settings on. So here it is if you wanted to screenshot it or pause. The one that I use mostly is on a platform called Trade and that one is custom. But we have a full like walkthrough on how to develop it out yourself. So if you're on the Trade platform, we can help you set up your footprint there as well. Get me out of here. I'm gonna lose my voice after today, guys. Jesus. I need some tea. Chart settings. It's a 15-minute chart, and you just want to double click SK on your footprint, and it'll bring up the settings. So you can click on the candle itself, you can click on the footprint chart anywhere, and then it'll bring up your chart settings. And then you just want to put in these settings if you want to have the same chart as me. Definitely play around with it. I think that these work very well on the 15-minute chart. I don't know if they work on any other time frame. I can't speak for it. This buyer is really trying here now at the 70 level. I think we can get the rotation up to 90 on a retest of 70, or it might just happen without it. We'll see. Here's what I'm looking at on footprint itself. Do we see the seller who was absorbed into 40s? I'm thinking that is our buyer that we want to be playing off of. And this is our secondary buyer here into 70s. This is us building out this area where our offer was, right? So this is how we came up with that 70 level. This was on the push down where we offered and then rotated down. And now we're seeing a buyer trying to step in. So I'm thinking that if this 70 buyer, who's clearly shown here on our delta by price, can hold this area, then we should be able to rotate up to 90 pretty easily. But if this guy goes off sides, right, so we get this look above and then we offer below 70 and then that holds, we should make a new low, I think, right? Because then this guy will be off sides. So it's very important that we see now a buyer defend this 60 to 70 area and then rotate us over 90 for the right side of the V to actually have any sort of merit. New 15's opening now. Can you show the location in chart settings? You just double click on the chart and it brings up chart settings. Like double click on the bar, like the candle. All right, let's see if this 60 to 70 area can stay bid. Buyers need to show interest here. We are trying to hold POC from previous candle. This is potentially the start of a right side of a V play, but we have no confirmation as of yet. We're just watching to see if these bids can hold. Is that what you're asking for? I'm not sure, by the way. I'm just double clicking on this, and then it brings up chart settings. You can't find footprint from chart settings? So it's a chart type. So do you see how you have regular candles here? Then you have Renko, then you have line, Heikin-Ashi, then you have bars. Footprint is right after that. So it's just in this top section. You might have to, it might not be there for you. So where your candle icon is in TradingView, click this arrow key right here. Do you see this? The drop-down menu? And then go to volume footprint. You have to change to a volume footprint chart before you'll be able to change the settings for the volume footprint chart. So far, 60 to 70 area holding for bids. This is positive, right? But we're not getting a lot of movement yet. Ideally, we don't stall out here too much longer. We don't want that at all. Yeah, man. I'm going to risk off one here into 83, this 80, 83, and then I'm just going to leave a runner from 70 or 90.
In 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, get the US selling $13 billion in 20-year bonds with a prior bid cover of 2.51 and a prior high yield of 4.039%. And keep in mind as well at the top, we're expecting comments from RBNZ's Governor Orr, who speaks about monetary policy at the Peterson Institute.
I might get stopped out here at 70. Look for a re-entry. The reason why I exited one there was that this was that imbalance fill, the 83. So it's just where our first like little meat of our sellers could potentially be. I don't think anything's changed in the plan, but it's good to always risk off in slower action into those kind of areas. And then we'll wait to see how we retest and see if there's another opportunity that can be given. And it's not a great trade as of yet, but I think that we may have actually identified something important here. We'll watch for a look below and see if we can trap a seller for buyers to then take advantage of it. So watching for either this interaction where this offer holds on a look below and then a rotation down to 40s, or the better opportunity will ideally be this recovery of 70s and then push over 90. I'm just keeping an eye on that. That stagnation there was really bad for buyers. We needed to push pretty aggressively. Without it, it's just a stall, and then sellers just take advantage of it, and then we just get pushed down again. Lack of initiative. Sucks, but it is what it is. 40s will probably be worth reattempting if we do push down there. Remember, like the key to identifying the right side of a V trade is we need to identify someone who's offsides into the lows, and then we need to identify a secondary buyer. So we did see both of those things, but we just didn't have follow through. The trade was profitable, but not I mean, it's barely, right? Like nothing there. You can see, like, from myself even, like it wasn't worth. Sucks, but like we attempted 70s, we took profit into 80s, 83, and then I got stopped out of my last one break even, preventing me from any drawdown. We'll reattempt if we see something else. How did you identify those that was that through your system and where? Wow, oh my god. How did you identify those what? Sorry, the that sentence gave me the aneurysm. This is first target for shorts. Back to R40. Let's see if our buyer's here or not. Watching to see if they get absorbed. How did I identify them? Yeah. So I'm identifying them by the footprint. So on footprint, we can see where large buyers and sellers are. And when price is above these sellers, I'm looking at this when we push away from it very quickly. I'm looking at this as where passive buyers are located, because this is market sells that have been absorbed, whereas these are market sells that are pushing price down. And this is a market buyer who attempted at the highs but failed, right? So I'm watching this 40 because there's clearly someone who's passively taking in liquidity here, and we want to see if they'll defend this. We know that there's a seller above us because we have these selling deltas above. So I'm just looking at footprint.
With a prior high yield of 4.039%.
Again, our job is to find the people who are actually moving the market and be able to identify them and play around them. Right, so if we can identify where buyers and sellers are, we have a much better opportunity.
Since May, despite a limited outright concession on the day. So the $13 billion second reopening carries a yield more than 50 basis points higher than where the 20-year bonds were trading in mid-September. So looking to a note from JP Morgan strategists. Despite the slightly rich valuations, in a late Tuesday note, JP Morgan strategist said that materially higher yields, improving liquidity, and supportive technicals should support the sale.
Oh gosh, both.
Keep in mind at the top of the hour as well, we're expecting possible comments from the RBNZ governor, or who speaks about monetary policy at the Peterson Institute.
How did I identify it? Just experience, just watching the tape and watching Dom as it's happening. I can watch to see how they're playing around. While I'm talking to you guys, I'm just watching Dom 24/7. I have 2 DOMs up on my screen, 3 footprint charts, and 4 price action charts on another monitor. And I'm just, as I'm talking to you guys, I'm never taking my eyes off the DOM. Immediate bid off our 40 buyer. We're watching to see if it's a lower high or not. If you did buy 40s, this is your first risk off into 60, 70. Yeah, it has to be. Like, I've given you the buyer and the seller, right? And I told you what was going to happen. but you have to be willing to risk off into this. We need to see a very clear hold above 70 and bid if this guy is going to get trapped, or we're just going to rotate in this garbage range. So take your 20 points and be happy. It's 20 points either direction.
Comments from RBNZ's Governor Orr says low and stable inflation is again in sight.
I'm losing my voice, man. By Friday, I'm gonna be talking like a crow. It's gonna be really bad if we lose this 40. And just being honest with you guys, we'll probably go down to 10s. Like if this starts to happen where this passive buyer, it becomes offsides and then the offer lowers into it, it's probably going to do something like this. So we really want to see this guy kind of sustain here. Where's that 60-70 zone coming from? It is coming from the POC of this sell side candle to the value low of that sell side candle, and then the POC of the next candle developing in the exact same place as that 70, the value edge, right? So there's clearly a lot of positioning happening, and we are currently below that positioning. So that was where it originally came from, and then it's then just watching those reactions at that area on DOM itself, right, to identify. Right, we identify a structural level, and then we look to make sure that buyers and sellers are actually still participating there on DOM.
Will come at the top of the hour. The auction results normally follow a couple of minutes after this.
And the reason why I took profit into 83 is, do you see these neutral deltas here? They're not colored, right? And then we have these strong selling delta blocks above, which I've just put as a red box for easier viewing. So I was looking for this to get filled and push into this seller offer here. And if we didn't see a strong bid into this area, I got to risk off at least one of my contracts into it because I know that there's a seller there. And I have to be objective, right? So we've identified a buyer into 60-70. I have to take at least some risk off as we push into 80s because I don't know how strong that seller is going to be as we approach, right? And if I'm following my risk reward and my trade plan, I have to take some off.
So the Treasury, when issued 20-year yield 4.574% ahead of the auction.
It's looking like buyers failed here. I'm not going to lie. We're starting to rotate down. We'll see how we react into 40s. There might be an opportunity on a look below 40s and then reoffer for that move down to 210. This sucks. This action's garbage. There we go.
RBNZ's Governor Orr says New Zealand monetary policy is still at a restrictive level.
The best trading was from this morning. Again, this trading after this ADR move has been really not great. So if you're struggling down here, that's totally understandable. My first trade since then was just that move at 60 to 83, right? Like that was my only trade I've taken in this entire area since we closed shorts. I want to make that clear. Like, if I don't have a good read, I don't trade. We made an attempt. We saw something that was potentially valid. We didn't see follow through, right? So we stopped out. Now we got to wait for something else. We're watching to see if this 40 is going to go off sides and if sellers can hold. Again, the general idea that I've been talking with you guys through is that if we fail here, which is what we just did, that we are more than likely going to take out these lows, right? This is the setup that we're looking at right now. This is a failure at our value low here at this 489.46, right, on QQQ, and we are now rotating through to take out these lows. This has been the idea that I've been walking you guys through.
4.59 with a high rate of 4.59%, 4.59%. The US there selling 13 billion, awarding 61.6%
Yeah,
of
just
bids
sweep
at
into
high.
210s, take
Primary
them
dealers
out, and then
take
let's figure out where we're going.
14.48%, direct 17.64%, indirect 67.87%. So the high rate there, they're coming out at 4.59% against the pre-sale when issued yield of 4.574%. Twenty-year Treasury yields rise following the auction.
We've arrived. Huge. Yeah, and just because I have an idea of where we're headed doesn't mean that it's something that I'm going to trade personally, right? Like even though we know where we're more than likely going to go, I still need a setup for us to get there. And if I don't see something that looks great and I feel confident in, then I'm just not going to take it. We'll wait for us to get to that area, and then we'll see if there's another trading opportunity there, right? It sucks, but it is what it is. We got to keep our risk in mind. Don't want to be on the wrong side of an area that can start to accelerate.
US stocks extending their fall, with the S&P down 1% now.
We have Tesla ER after hours today. Feels bad, man. Might be a long at close. I don't know if we get the move now or if it'll happen overnight. Might be worth an option swing, though. We'll have to see. Hot ones as a ramen? That's a great way to look at it, Park. That mentality shift is so big. I just dropped my vape on the ground and it's gone forever. It actually disappeared. What? Did we immediately hit 210 and then bid? Hell yeah. That was a good that was good for my ego. Yeah, dude, I didn't take it either because this is not tradable. To be fair, it was 210.50. Fuck. Oh my god. This area has potential again. So what can we see into this low on footprint? What are we seeing happening so far? What's trying to occur? We're seeing some absorption again, right? We're seeing a buyer trying to step back over this 25, but we have nothing for no confirmation yet. So what I'm going to be looking for under this next candle is going to be, we're going to need to see a very clear candle hold POC on the next, if we're going to bid for that right side of the V play. But we're so far finding buy side liquidity where it needs to. Can they fail again and then this goes resistant and then we trap another buyer? Yeah, totally, right? Which is why I don't want to just play our level. I want to see a very clear shift. But this is what I'll be watching for is, can these passive buyers continue to absorb here? And can secondary buyers hold us on a retest for that rotation, giving us room up to like 70? That'll be what I'm looking for. Until then, it's not worth yet. Unless you like bottom ticked into 210, right? Then you got a couple points, but we are where we want to keep our eyes open. Dude, what if they have to bring this thing down to Russell ADR first before we actually get it? That'd be classic. I'm just seeing like the only buy side liquidity on Russell right now down at 216.90, which would be right into ADR. Like that's the only real like liquidity I see resting on RTY. And that'd be right into ADR. Yeah, I'm looking at Dom for Russell. Well, if you turn on your market depth on your chart so you can see where the rest of liquidity is, Ty. That'll show you where the liquidity on the Dom is on your chart itself.
RBNZ's governor also says, how long will it take for lingering inflation to dissipate? That's a key question.
Yeah, so like this is what my Russell chart looks like. So I can see, you see how that's literally the liquidity on the Dom. So it will move with it. So I can see like where the resting liquidity is for buyers right now. Yeah, trade of it. Oh, okay. I don't know if you can do it on MotiveWave. Not familiar. They just like only have interest in the 17 to like 16 area. Zero interest anywhere else. So it kind of makes me think Russell might need to go there before we actually get a move. So again, what I'm looking at right now is that we have some buyers that are being positioning here, haven't pulled yet. I'm thinking that we might need to pop into this first before we actually see an outsized move on NQ. Still think that this 210 area is pretty important on NQ itself, but for actual market movement, I want to see the full market kind of find a low before we get the pop. I don't want to just buy to buy, right? Like again, it's very important that we identify someone who's off sides and then play the right side for a reversal. I have zero interest attempting shorts. I think that's very clear. I don't want to play this move. And some of you might be annoyed with that, but like it is what it is. I've already played my shorts for the day and we've made money in an area that I was comfortable. Now I'm just looking for right side of the V.
RBNZ's Governor Orr says it is encouraging that household business inflation has declined. So again, sorry about that. RBNZ's Governor Orr says it is encouraging that household and business inflation expectations have declined.
We're almost there. We are at our lows. Holy. You love to see it. So again, as we approach this, I'm looking for our lows to get taken and for buy side to be here and then a recovery and then a rotation through on our higher time frame. I'm going to delete all this stuff so I can go up to a higher time frame real quick. We can show this. Oh, excuse me. Go back to our 4-hour chart. This is the idea. We hit supply. We broke down of our range. People are getting punished here. We want to punish now these buyers who are down here. Take out this low. I want to see buy-side liquidity present here, and then I want to see a rotation up. If this does not occur, we will be breaking our larger channel up and our demand zone that is present here. We want to see a very clear buyer as we approach and take out these lows. We have now taken out that wick low.
RBNZ's Governor Orr says inflation uncertainty continues to influence the NPC's thinking.
The NPCs. All right, where is our seller above? 198. 198. Gonna have to be able to break through this offer here. This played, deleting it. Offers resting here.
$84 counterparties take $270.839 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
Buyer at 180, seller at 198. Watching to see if we can hold here. Buyers are attempting. Up, Varg. Yeah, you think so? Do I use Sam's profile at all? No, I do not. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, Sam's random. Guy at 80s is offsides now. Buyer is really tempting. I've got our offer into 200, 50 seconds until new 15s. Seller offside into 63, it looks like. Just watching our reaction into this 198. Just filling our imbalance that we've created here. We can see that very clearly visualized with this selling above us. Right? And then this clear seller who's offsides into our low. And now this buyer who's attempting with these blocks here, right? So all we're doing is filling between this guy and this guy. We need to see a very clear recovery of this, or expect your offer to be resting here and a rejection. But we've now filled the area that we thought we would, and we are rotating back up. Now just waiting to see if we can get above. Very choppy area. New 15s have opened. I'm watching for if we can hold our 15-minute halfway, our 15-minute POC from previous candle here in this zone, or if this is going to go offer. So we're looking for bids to be able to maintain here on any sort of pullback, and then we're watching for an ability to push above. If we lose this, we'll probably make a new low, would be my guess. Need to see buyers sustain. Understand, again, if this fails, what do we have setting up here? What does this look like if we don't hold POC? What is this structure called on the 15-minute? It's a 3-bar, yeah. Right, so we'll look for a continuation down. If we don't see the ability to bid and sustain in the mid to high, we're going to be looking for a rotation back down to the lows, and then a breakdown for a continuation. Very strong mother bar. Currently an inside bar, holding POC is supportive. We're watching to see if we can build a higher low, but if they fail, understand that then we'll have a large group of new buyers who are trapped off sides, and that will create that acceleration to the downside. So I just want you to keep that in mind. But other than that, looks fine for a potential right side of V trade in its current state. But again, if we break below that, we'll have trapped buyers, and we have to pay attention to that. Into the bottom of our previous 15-minute candle, holding our 3-bar structure to downside. Let's see if we get a reoffer, or if they just immediately push it through. We'd be looking for a bit of relief here into our value low. And then we're watching to see if from this point, an offer then holds and is able to push below. That's what you want to see for sell side, right? We want to see a seller clearly try to push this down. We might not get the full retest, but this is what we want to be watching for a 3-bar breakdown. Either a push back into this or an immediate look below and then continuation. We'll see which one gives. It's just a range as of right now, right? Inside bar. Traded to our value low, failed into our value high. You did short off of that 177 edge. This is your first risk off into our low. Let's see if we can get more. This is why I wanted to mention both sides so that we had an opportunity if the other side failed. There it is. Move stops down. And then just play the continuation of the 3-bar breakdown. Yeah, it was a good one, right? Easy.
OCR to
Oh
remain
my God.
restrictive in upcoming quarters.
And then just leave a runner for downtrend continuation potential down to like 140. But that's really it. We've got another 7 minutes on this 15-minute that this thing can oscillate. Retesting now.
OCR to become less restrictive going forward.
I'm glad that they gave their own voice bot a British accent. Yeah, no problem, Bruce. Have a good rest of your day. Good first risk off if you shorted 177 again into our offer. Ideally, sellers need to step in at this like 160 and offer for another 20 points down into 140 if we were going to hold, right? I want to see like 60 to 67 kind of basically now maintain sell side. We want to get below this block, and then when we retest into it, this now wants to hold, right? We want to see that shift of value here in this section. That's really what I'm keeping my eye on for this, for any continuation, if we're going to get it. Right, so like I can just make this like a block here, just for a visualization aid, where we want to see sell side now really try to hold this. Because if this buyer's just here again, this is why we wanted to risk off one. So we always want to be risking off one into a low, into an unknown area. And then, right, we've traded this edge, and now we're watching to see if we get a secondary move like this with the offer stepping down on the ladder. Is Russell finally into ADR? My bias will potentially change if we can break downtrend on Russell now that we've finally reached target. We'll see what happens here. Offering into our 160, 167 area now on NQ. Watching to see if Russell can find an actual bid. It's a little early still. Two and a half minutes until new 15s. I think I'm just going to leave this last runner break even at 75s here. Just let it play. I think if I try to do anything else, it's going to be too finicky down here. The likelihood of me getting stopped out, though, even at this 175, feels about 50-50 with current price action. Yeah, exactly. Later, Vark. Yeah, it's all good. One minute until new 15s. 10 seconds. Sellers need to get us below 150s an offer for anything more. We'll continue to see that absorption there. Testing 150 now.
U.S. Defense Department spokesman Kirby, North Korean soldiers receiving training in Russia. National Security spokesman John Kirby addresses reporters.
I don't know. I don't know. Might just take my 300 and run here.
Defense Department spokesman Kirby, North Korean troops' presence reveals Russia's desperation.
Bro. Yeah, I'm flat here. We'll see what happens. It's too choppy for me. I wanted a pretty immediate reaction. We're still holding our offer zone, and I still think 140 is viable, but because of how much we're chopping, the potential to get squeezed either side is a little too high for me. So take my 300 off of my last contract, and I will wait for our next setup. Here are the trades for this area. Nothing that we didn't talk about, right? Shorting into here, into our 176. That is here. Playing that down to first target. Right, that is here. Retesting it again on the look down. Playing it back up. Adding to my short. Risking off again. And then risked off my final here. Was looking for 140 down here, but didn't get it. So just playing our offer. And yeah, that's it.
Impose sanctions on Russia's foreign supporters.
Just got a little too choppy for me. Might be able to get a another look here with this guy now offsides. If we get an offer like this for the new low. Now that this guy's trapped, but we got to wait for Mario's setup, right? So what have we done? We have built out a range, right? Very tight auction. We've got our look above. We're now trying to hold our range high, right? The top of our range. So either bids hold here, or we're going to be looking for a rotation through. It's the only thing I see. Right? Very clear, very tight, two-sided auction. We have a bid that is now attempting where sellers were previously. We're looking to see if they defend this, or we are going to rotate through and then look to trap in the lows. Thoughts on 175 real offer? I think that there's a lot of potential for us to look into that and then do a failure and then look to get in again if they fail to have any sort of excitement above. I think that's good. It's the same thing here. That's why I'm mentioning the same thing, where we have a look above into our offer, and now we see sellers trying to bring it back down again for the rotation through. So if you did play this, this is your first risk off. I think 140 is very viable here with that look above and fail. I am personally flat. Too quick for me. We got our setup. I risked off. I will wait. There it is. $12.70. Yeah, so that's the issue, right? So the thing this is a very hard one to try to play, which is why I didn't, but it's something that you can easily identify yourself, which is the look above a range and then the look back in, and then we're just watching to see how that offer stacks, right? And we expect that in a downward rotation, that like we are in a higher time frame, that sellers are going to be in control. And without like a very clear bid showing and defending this very quickly, we are expecting that sellers are going to have control from the lack of initiative, right, at these highs. If we didn't see this immediate bid away, the likelihood that sellers are going to be able to kind of continue to lead this down is pretty high, especially if this guy is trapped and we see any sort of acceleration through. I'm expecting continuation, right? Because now we have someone who's trapped off sides at the highs. And we already know that there are lots of sellers who are interested in this area. And if this buyer wasn't able to show enough interest to hold and maintain above those previous sellers, the idea for me, at least in my head, is like, okay, well, they've failed, right? So now we're going to keep going down because what we've done is now exhausted these guys. And now we have trapped a new set of traders that allows for that acceleration to the downside. Right. So again, like I don't want to give you a like an entry trigger because I didn't personally take it, but it was something that we could see. But just because I see something doesn't mean that I'm comfortable trading it. It's the same reason I stopped out. Like would I have been fine in my trade with my average? Yeah. But did I really want to give back 20 points waiting for this to happen? No, not really. Not really at all. Yeah, exactly. Now the market makers will try to hold it down so they don't have to pay all these premiums. Maybe. Don't know. And this just makes sense. We've been ranging for so long. This is a much needed break of the range, and now we have to come back into for new liquidity. We've failed so many times into that supply above that it just makes sense that we're doing this move. And we failed so many times trying to get through this. Without a catalyst and without anyone really showing any interest, it just rotates down. So many trapped traders in this area looking to play this range over and over and over again and getting trapped in the highs and now getting trapped in the mid, right? We're getting an accelerated move now because of that. And now we have to come back down to fresh liquidity, which we think is present somewhere in this zone. We haven't been able to see it yet, but we're hoping that somewhere in this green box, we're going to be able to find buyers, right? And this is where that liquidity is resting. So I'm really looking forward to that. So I don't get how can SPY only be down $6 and change for the day. Well, this isn't like a huge sell. I mean, it's like it's a really nice sell for a singular day, but like we're still just range bound, right? If you look at your sectors, which I think is important, we are in a pretty bearish overall day on the market. The reason why we have both tech as well as financials falling, but financials are pretty just range bound, right? Like we're not really moving much. Tech is what's leading us down today. But because financials are able to kind of just consolidate, we're not getting a huge drift down. Like I know it feels like it's a huge sell, but this is pretty balanced on financials. And if financials can hold while tech falls into NVIDIA ER, it's not that crazy of a thing. It's just a rotation. Especially with Tesla ER after hours today. Like anything can happen. Just a pullback to demand. Like I know it doesn't feel good for scalping, but that's why we have Braxton to have SPY puts on to play this down without having to catch every single rotation, right? Like we expect the move to happen. That doesn't mean that every rotation is going to occur. And so if you can hedge yourself with an options play at the same time, that allows you to be in a play for longer with less risk on. And you don't have to trade it with futures. And then we can just scalp micro rotations with futures while it's happening. That is the beauty of having Braxton as well as me. Yeah, like if you look at that, do you see how like most banks are just neutral on the day? It's just tech. Which is why these NQ moves are so much more aggressive than SPY itself, because QQQ is tech-centered, or more tech-heavy compared to SPY. Of course, SPY still has all of the same major names, right? But a lot of the same major names, they're listed in both, but NQs and QQQ are much more tech-heavy.
RBNZ's Governor Orr says on the way down, we can be more incremental.
Next target for ES? I don't know. What does Mario have? I don't really pay attention to ES all that much. We can look.
China's President Xi said the Chinese side supports Iran in safeguarding national sovereignty, security, and national dignity.
It looks like we're just looking into this liquidity here.
So 1 minute now to expect the release of the Fed's beige book.
So this 815 to 81150 to me is supportive. I'd expect some sort of like look into this and then retest of here and then figure out where we want to go. Something like that. Yeah, that's probably it. 8:15, 8:11. Yeah, exactly. Weighted differently, which is why we compare RTY, ES, and NQ, right? We love the Russell because it has a lot of more of like the financial, insurance names, energy names. It has a much higher weighting in those. And we look at NQ because it has a much higher weighting in tech. And we are the most confident in our trading when we have Russell and NQ moving together because
changed in nearly all districts since early September, though two reported modest growth.
Because that allows us for the quickest moves.
Contacts were somewhat more optimistic about the longer-term outlook. Inflation continued to moderate, with selling prices reportedly increasing at a slight or modest pace in most districts.
If we have financials, energy names, and tech names all running together, we're going to have the most efficient market, right? The analogy that I usually use in this room is like a three-way tug of war, right? And if we have two sides or three sides all pulling in the same direction, we're going to have the most efficient and quickest, most accelerated moves, which will give us the most profit with the least amount of risk, right? Because we have a clear trend direction that the market wants to go. When we start to diverge, right, when financials start catching bids and energy names start catching bids, but tech is falling, right, that's a defensive rotation in the market, and it can lead to a pretty choppy action, and it might not be something that is all that actionable to play. So we want to find areas of confluence where Russell is falling with NQ, right, and that will lead, of course, to ES falling, because ES is a pretty equal weight between the two, between NQ and RTY names. But when RTY and NQ find that low together, it's going to give us our best buying opportunity. And we want to be de-risking, right, or changing our risk profile when we do have that divergence between tech and financials, just because we will probably have a mixed market. That's usually how we look at it. It's what I usually preach. Just gonna mark this POC here, see how we react around it. Oops. There's a really decent video for people who are new to divergences on with like
The
tick,
beige book noted as well there is slight or modest job growth in more than half of the districts.
tick, RTY, and all of that stuff that you guys should watch. That's on the channel. Just goes over some of our like more of our breadth indicators that we talk about. It's a good. It's like a 15-minute video. It's definitely worth your time. Good reoffer of POC here at 130 and rejection, continuation down. Russell coming into target now. This 212.7. This is our 4-hour range. I think ES probably has a bit more room, but waiting for a Russell reaction. I haven't taken a trade since I stopped out of that short. Just waiting to see our reactions as we push. Mm-hmm. Book is thinning a bit. Yeah, 4 hour range tie, average 4 hour range. So it develops intraday based off of the price action that's happened, giving you a target. That's all that is. We've created LVNs above us, lots of room. Why is the book thinning? I don't know. Volatility. Yeah, like that 92, 96 area, I think is a good next target. Your monthly value low. We'll watch to see how buyers react there. But I mean, the overall trend is just down. So you're already in a position, like you should just hang out in that position until we see something that's very clear. We have a buyer that was absorbed into 120, 130. So that's where we will watch for the offer to now kind of be resting. As long as this is maintaining, these guys are very offsides. We'll be looking for the seller to now hold that and defend it on any sort of retest in if it does happen. Again, like I really want to reiterate, guys, like it's the same concepts as when we're looking for trend up. Look at what's happening on footprint. We are failing to hold above POC. There's been nothing, no signs of life yet. The only attempts of look above POC and hold, we've played, right? And then when they failed, we've then taken the other side. We are holding POC as resistance. We are holding our value to POC as resistance. We are holding our value to POC as resistance. We are in trend down. So until we see that shift, there's not going to be a great long confirmation. We are holding a very clear trending market down, and we now have a new set of buyers who are off sides here into this 120, 130. Very clear to see. I'll be watching the reoffer into 120, 130 and seeing our sell side reaction. Still have 5.5 minutes on this candle. Good reaction off of that monthly value low, though. All right, you guys got to get out of the mindset that you have to capture every move. Just want to be capturing moves where you can clearly see what's happening in the action and you know when you're wrong or you're right. It's the only way this is going to work. You're setting
5 minutes time now, around 2:15 p.m. Eastern time. We expect comments from ECB's Not, who speaks in Washington at the IIF.
you're setting yourself up for failure if you try to capture every rotation. Like, we've missed a lot of this move today, but the moves that we've talked about and the moves that we've actually played, we've been right on, right? And that's what matters. I really want to reiterate that is like, if you can't figure out what's going on, then don't touch it. Like, this should be obvious, but I know it's not because FOMO is real. Like, I'm gonna pull this up again because I think it's really important. But like, this is what where we're at for the day off of what we talked about on stream and what we've gone through. Why does this matter? Well, because we haven't captured the full move, but we also haven't lost. Right? We're only taking setups that make sense to us. And we're playing those. Immediate rejection off of our offer that we talked about into our 120, right into our zone, and rejection and continuation down where that absorption occurred. If you again need to understand how we find that how we found that area, we can see that absorption here. It's a bit better of a visualization on the Tradeovate footprint, but we were able to identify it on both. This is what it looks like here on Tradeovate. Very clear block into our 120. Has anything in our trend changed since we identified the 3-bar breakdown? No, right? This offer held, the secondary offer held. Yeah. But like, nothing's changed. Trend is still down. Buyers have failed every attempt so far. Just got to be patient.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Not.
Because it sucks that we didn't capture the full breakdown. Yeah. But like, again, I mean, it is what it is. It only looks bad in hindsight. So far, good POC rejection on this new candle. Watching to see if the offer holds. Coming down into our next area of liquidity, potentially on ES, into 802.50 to 800. We'll watch to see how, if this is taken out. This will either create a nice opportunity to look for shorts to get absorbed, or it'll create an opportunity where passive buyers who are present here will have an opportunity to go off sides, right, on a look below and then hold. So watching for our reaction into this area. It's built into TradingView now, clicks. It's a chart type. They now have a full-on volume footprint built in. The TPO is still pretty shit, but they do have that as well. But the volume profile is usable.
ECB's Panetta says the ECB has clearly seen improvement in the inflation outlook. Panetta adds the euro area economy is clearly weakening.
On this one? On TradingView or what? I haven't really found one that's all that useful on RTY personally. Yeah, I kind of have to change it on a daily basis.
ECB's Panetta says low inflation and weak growth are conducive to further cuts. Panetta adds the ECB is still far away from the neutral rate.
If you're bought 802 to 800, you have to risk off into 808. At least one, I think.
Panetta says we can't exclude that the ECB must go below the neutral.
Got an LVN here. We're watching to see if we can break back in or not. Expect your offer to be resting here as we push into this. We need to see buyers be able to reclaim this 808 for rotations up.
Stop at the neutral rate.
For NQ specifically, need to get over 102, where our POC is sitting. Need to show a willingness to bid above and reclaim for rotations back up to 120. Or just expect sellers to be sitting here, and then we look for an offer below these most recent buyers to then defend it for a new low on the day, right? So far, liquidity holding on ES. Again, just watching us as we approach 808. Here's our 808 target on ES from our buy side liquidity. Watching to see if we can now hold above this 102 on NQ for that rotation up to 120.
ECB's Panetta says inflation is to hit target much earlier than the end of next year.
That dude was definitely vaping.
US administration official says it is possible that Moscow could use North Korean troops against Ukrainian forces holding territory in Russia's Kursk region.
Good bid and hold on ES, just like we were looking for. This is great. Retesting our highs now. NQ into our 130, watching to see if we can get the lift above. This is a full push up with trap sellers into our lows. We're now just looking for a very steady bid above this, or it's really not going to do much, right? We need to see this 120, 130 go supportive. Look above is a great first sign. Now let's see if we can hold it. There's been so much absorption into this area. I'm going to be watching this 120 edge as we come down into it to see if we can flag here. Like to see a dip into this, immediately be bought and pushed over 130 if buyers are serious here. If this fails to hold, I expect us to have to rotate back down to 104, and then we're going to have to play around with recovering this 120, 130, which is just not ideal. See what can happen here. Two and a half minutes left on this candle. See if bid can maintain. So I don't understand this. I slid my stop up to 4,600, closed me out, and I ended up with 682 in profit. $4,600. What are you trading? New 15's opening now. Buy side still trying to build this out. Are you sure you're moving the right? I don't know how new you are. Are you sure you're moving your stop, like the stop, or your take profit? Because you want to be moving your take profit up. Moving your stop below current price shouldn't tag you out if you're just dragging it. But if you're moving your take profit below current price, then it'll market order you out, whatever price is currently trading at. That's the only thing that I can think of.
NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at $2.34. Diesel November futures $2.22. Gasoline November futures settling at $2.05.
I would contact support. I don't
NYMEX
have an answer for
WTI
you.
crude December futures settle at $70.77, which is down 97 cents or 1.35%.
Are you? Yeah, that's someone in Discord just said you need to drag the stop flag, not the position flag. So if like on a DOM, you'll have three lines. You'll have your position. You'll have, and then what you can do is you can drag this and below price, and that will create a stop, right? And then that will look like this, like a red line. And then if you drag it above, it will create a profit line, and that will look like this, a green line. And then you don't want to touch this anymore because now you have a stop flag. Now you can mess around with this one and you want to move your stop up. Just make sure, right, it's still like, it's fine. As long as price is above it, you won't get stopped out. And then you want to be dragging your price one above that. And then you can just maintain it as you're going. And then your current position will be here. Your stop will be there. And then you can just continue to rotate them. If you are already doing that, I'm not trying to patronize you, then you should really contact support because it sounds like that you have another issue. Well, you don't have to do it on the DOM. You can do that on your actual chart if you have show positions on. I'm risking off one here. So we push up into our highs off of our flagging at 20s. I have one left looking to see if 130 can now hold supportive. But yeah, if you're already doing everything that I'm saying, then please contact support because it sounds like there's some sort of issue. And I do not work for Top Step. Good bid off 130 and push. Move stops up. Exactly what we're looking for here. We've got room if we can get over like 155, 160. It'll be an important area to test.
In 10 minutes' time now at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time, we do expect comments from the Bank of England Governor Bailey, speaking in an event with the Institute of International Finance President and Chief Executive Adams in Washington.
Yes, probably has room to 25 before you meet like a hard resistance. Just really keep an eye on this area above. We push in. It's 22, 25. This is Russell. We're trying to recover our ADR low. I'm watching to see if our buyer now here at this 150 area can hold a supportive. There's not really much else here. We're watching to see if this dip can be bought and then we can get over. I think if we lose this, then we have a chance to rotate back down. So really watching to see if a bid can be found here. Other than that, I don't see much. Yeah, it's a good take profit. I think that's a good stop as well. I am flat as well, waiting for a secondary bid. I think as long as Russell has momentum, market has room.
Brent crude futures settle at $74.96 a barrel, down $1.08 or 1.42%.
I did not. Oh, are you talking to me, Zach, or is that someone else? You said yes. That didn't help. You're talking to me, or yes, you're talking to someone else. To you, okay. I'm flat. I don't have a runner. My runner was into 150. No, I'm just waiting. I just played the flag from 120, looking for this to hold, and then the secondary bid from 130. Right, this is what we were looking for liquidity to be.
Time now at 2:45
And we had this drawn.
Eastern Time. We expect comments from Bank of England's Governor Bailey, who speaks in an event with the Institute of International Finance President and Chief Executive in Washington.
And I just traded it like this. Just wrist off in my full position into here. And now I'm looking to see if we can get a secondary move. If these buyers can hold this like 155, 167 area. Should be good if we can. Again, as long as Russell has momentum, like we have room in the market. We have everything moving together, which is a good thing. Yeah, I think that we might need to build this area out, personally. Got the LVN on ES above us. Got the LVN on RTY above us. Just kind of expect sellers to try to be in these areas. And then we'll have to like do a larger flag. Unless we can just like squeeze through, but I can't really be prepared for that. So to me, like I miss a few points, but we wait to see structure build and then we figure out what we're gonna do. Yeah. We could just chop in the LVN for a bit. I don't know. I'm not worried about it. Two minutes until new 15s, 2.5 minutes. There will be another opportunity. I hope, if anything, today, the lack of worry from me about needing to catch every move and only trading things that we can clearly identify has been helpful. It's something that you guys like really need to like hone. Like just worry about your setups. Don't worry about anything else. Nicely done. Yeah, great job.
Shortly expecting comments from Bank of England's Governor Bailey.
50 seconds until new 15s. We've got buyers positioned at this 160 level and this 147 level. So really keeping an eye on if we can just maintain here into new 15s. I'm actually going to adjust this to keep up with what I'm saying. Delete all of our old pathing. New 15s have opened. So for me personally, I think that this area probably needs to develop out. And we'll see how we work from here. This doesn't need to happen if we are able to build above. Then we can just rotate to like 200 probably, would be my guess. But as of right now, it looks a little choppy. Especially with us being at our value high edge on ES. So kind of just thinking that this will probably need to flag for a little bit. And then we're just looking for buyers to be present in here. You can see that our POC is at this 147, 150 area. Your last chance for buyers to really be able to hold this would be this box here.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says disinflation has taken place faster than we expected in the UK and elsewhere.
Welcome back to our 3-bar, where we originally shorted. This is our same pivot where we tried to play long earlier, right? On this look and hold above, and when it failed, what did we do? We played short down, right? So same principles.
Bank of England's Bailey says a high UK savings rate reflects UK caution.
There's nothing here for me personally. Just gonna wait for us to either break the highs of our 3-bar structure and then bid, or fail here and then we rotate back down. Right, like this is just inside this bar. So it's like, do I want to buy the mid? Like, yeah, you probably could to play back up to the high. Or we can just wait for this to recover. I don't know. There's not enough on footprint for me to have like an actual play.
Bank of England's Bailey says UK inflation is below target but pushed around by annual base effects. So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we're expecting comments from ECB Centino. ECB Centino speaking in a panel titled The Sixth Roundtable on Sovereign Debt and the Impact of Development.
Have you guys been able to like follow along?
Comments from the Bank of Japan.
Been really trying to explain everything the best I can and what I've been looking at and my thought process and everything. But if you guys have questions or need me to like go over anything again, like let me know. Okay.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says services CPI still higher than is consistent with our target.
Is there a terrorist attack going on right now, Prosper? What's with this photo? Seller absorbed so far into 170. We're watching for this reoffer into 183 to see if sell side will sit there. For sellers to gain any ground here, we would need to see them push below 170. I didn't even know there was anything happening. To me, it looks like Russell's probably going to have to fill this LVN before we get anything, unless we can break downtrend here relatively quickly. Just looks like we'll probably fail here and then rotate. We're just keeping an eye on this 170, 175 here on NQ. I think if we lose this bid and this goes offer, we'll probably do this rotation. As of right now, though, bulls are fine. We're just kind of showing a bit of stagnation. So just keeping an eye on this with a potential for a larger pullback here. Testing our 170 again. Buyers trying to absorb sellers once again. Look below 170, watching to see if this offer can lower and defend.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting comments from ECB Santino speaking in Washington, as well as the Bank of Japan Governor Ueda speaking at the IMF event.
Mm-hmm. 4 minutes left on this candle, as well as 4 minutes till the top of the hour. That'll be um, I don't know. I really do think NQ needs this fall through, push back down. Just gonna be patient here, wait it out. structural fill on NQ. RTY still has a bit more room. We'll watch for the reoffer here. See if we get one more leg down on NQ or if that was enough. If there's potential that that was enough. If we can get back over 175, I think. And then bid. Should have a pretty clear understanding if that was going to be able to now hold the liquidity grab into that. We shall see.
Shortly expecting comments from Bank of Japan's Governor Ueda and ECB Centino.
Testing in now. 30 seconds until new 15s. Watching to see if we can find a bid here. New 15s opening now. Global volatility. Looking for a bid to be here. Our blue box. If it was going to be anywhere, this will be a POC defense. Again, if this doesn't hold, then I just expect us to have to take out our wick low from previous candle. So, need to see it happen.
Hezbollah says its missiles hit military factory in Tel Aviv suburb.
A military factory in a Tel Aviv suburb. This is taking longer than I'd like.
Bank of Japan's Governor Ueda says the Bank of Japan is still maintaining fairly easy a monetary stance.
I can't be bothered with this. I'm gonna flatten out for break even. I just can't be bothered with that.
Bank of Japan's Governor Ueda says the Bank of Japan wants to lift inflation expectations to a new level. Bank of Japan's Governor Ueda says underlying inflation has been rising slowly and that Japan labor shortages are positively affecting wages. Excuse me there. Bank of Japan's Governor Ueda there saying Japan labor shortages are positively affecting wages.
It's just like this Bank of Japan guy needs to shut up. Ruined my trade. Russell testing value high, ES holding value high, and Q doing nothing. Oh, I didn't show it on, for those that aren't in Discord. I just stopped out again. Like, it's just chopping. Like, we were positive for a better opportunity. I'm not trying to sit and chop for 30 minutes to be on the wrong side. I've got other ways to emotionally destroy myself that are more efficient.
Bank of Japan's Governor Ueda says it is still taking time for us to get to 2% inflation in a sustainable manner. Bank of Japan's Governor Ueda says when there's huge uncertainty, you usually want to proceed cautiously and gradually.
A little bit of both. Yeah, it clearly violates it. Bro's like actually bribing people.
And Bank of Japan's Ueda says the problem is if you proceed very, very gradually and create expectations that rates are going to stay at low levels for a very long time, this could lead to a huge buildup of speculative positions.
Financials, like whatever you're saying, it looks like. Our range is continuing to hold on XLF, retesting our highs. So far, finding that buy side liquidity that we wanted on that take out the lows and then push idea. There might be a long opportunity into close for a swing into tomorrow if we do continue to kind of show interest here. We'll see. We shall see. So much interaction in YouTube chat today. Love to see it. Got to get you guys in the Discord though, so I don't have to look at both. See if any bids step in here or if offer flips at 150. So far holding. This is where we wanted that pullback buy. I think it's a little early to tell though. ES starting to show a bit of weakness. Russell holding where it needs to, no change. My building that I live in had this huge Halloween party last week, and they left so much stuff out just because they didn't know what to do with it. All the leftovers. So there's just like seriously an entire like a full bar of liquor on the fifth floor, and like I don't know 20 boxes of graham crackers and like 17 boxes of marshmallows and chocolate from S'mores or just like all these bags of chips, and you just like go down there on a daily basis like you're in a grocery store and just like take what you need. It's so weird.
Effect of monetary policy changes in other countries on our
So I'm now snacking on graham crackers.
Look at what happens in the US and Europe very carefully.
I'm slowly taking things. I'm not trying to be that guy who like loads up. But I did take a few bottles of like rum. I don't really drink though.
Tino on the wires as well now says we have inflation under control.
It's just so weird. They left like I don't know. Like there was 2 coolers of beer with ice still just chilling down there with like open with like a label on it. It's just like please take. Kind of crazy. 17 seconds until new 15s. I personally did not take the 142, 150 trade. That definitely was the better opportunity. We rejected 175 and traded right down into it. This is a good short. I have not touched anything because we're chopping. Not my style. Watching how we interact here onto our new 15 that just opened. Yeah, but now I just have like this house full of alcohol. I have to have like people over or something so they drink it. Or it'll just sit in my fridge and in my cabinet for the next 2 years. Full rotation from our pullback buy zone back up to our offer. For this to go any higher, and for potentially me to get an entry here, I want to see a look over 175 and bid. Same as before, but now with liquidity trapped. I'll be there this weekend to help drink it. Nice. Thank you. See if this look over, we can find anyone excited. Come on, give us something. A live trading party. This is such a lame response. What the hell? Come on. Where's our responsive bid? Surely. Someone steps in here. More absorption taking place. See if we can get over this 75 and hold. So slow still. Where was the camera? Is. I'll just read the article. In their bathroom? Yikes. Gross. That stuff's so creepy, man. Alright, let's see if they can get this bid to hold now above. Testing now. Like grab. See if bids can do it. If they can't here, then I think we flip sell. They gotta really hold this. Too many failed look aboves. So let's see if this bid can maintain. People are so weird. Like, why do you... I don't know. I mean, I get it, but like at the same time, I don't. Like, I'm out 1 year for 10 points. I'm not happy with this trade yet, but I'm risking off. We're just moving so slow. Got our hold of our 170, 175 on the look above, and now bidding, but this sucks. I wanted a bit more movement. I want to push into 200s. If it keeps up like this, I might be done. It's just not worth it.
Bank of Japan's Governor Ueda says it is very hard to pin down the appropriate size of rate hikes from here on.
Oh, there's our 190. Wasn't great, but we held our 170, 175 bid and then pushed. I am not in this trade. I got stopped out of my last contract for a break even. And I am probably done unless we see something crazy. Pullback buy held. It was good, but price action just a bit too choppy for me to want to stay in the trade. Yeah, exactly, Club. That's why I'm not really looking for anything else until we can get through that. I just wanted us to go right into that 190 and then risk off, but it didn't make for the greatest trading opportunity with how choppy and slow it is. Like, we held where we needed to, but I was just unwilling to hold from 142, 150 through with how choppy we were here. I then tried to play it again from 170s and then play up, but then I just took risk off here and then stopped out here instead of just holding. When my average is in the middle of the range, it's hard for me want to take anything other than a break even, which is objectively probably not the right decision, but I just don't need to take an L for no reason. Right? Like, if I just had my stop lower, everything would have been fine. Like, nothing invalidated, but I just, like, there's not, I don't, what is this? Like a 15-point range, not even? Like, is it worth me chilling with risk on in the market for 30 points for a potential 10, 15-point mover? Like, to me, no. If we had more upside potential, then yeah, sure. Or if I had, like, still had a hold from 142, 150, then okay, cool. Then yeah, sure, we can hold a runner below. But it's so hard to want to have size on in the middle of a range. My specialty is playing markets at a very specific speed, and this is not it. Which is why I usually don't play afternoons, because it's just a little too slow for my liking. So, like, all of our structural levels have played, but because of the speed itself, it's the same thing with ES, right? Like, right into our buy side liquidity and immediate bid. And the same thing with QQQ, right? Where we're finding the buyer. But, like, this is such a large region. Really hard to want to put size on for a larger move when the market's moving so slow. Like, yeah, we got exactly what we wanted, but the speed in which it happened was just not incredibly actionable. And of course, it's the same thing here. Like, on the 15, these look beautiful. Immediate bid into our liquidity and push. Immediate bid into our liquidity and push, and now full retracement. You know, like, nothing's invalidating. And I mean it when I say that I run, like, a pretty tight risk profile. Like, I'm either right almost immediately, or we're out of it and we're waiting for the setup to be there. Like, if we identify someone we want to play with, I expect them to be there and playing, not just trying to, like, sit in a trade for no reason. Either our thesis was right or not with a player who we identified, you know? It's really important that, like, I keep that mindset, or all of a sudden I'm in a 2-hour trade and chop waiting for something that isn't happening. And some people are comfortable doing that. I just am not one of them. What's up, Gav? How's your day going? That's pretty good, Ty. Is it like an electric one, or is it just a like a mechanical treadmill where like the force just pushes it? You know what I'm talking about? I don't know what those are actually called. A kinetic treadmill, I guess is the probably the term. I should probably do that as well. 'Cause there are days where I get off this and then I don't want to go on like my daily 2 mile walk with my dog because it's like raining or something, and I don't want to go down to the gym. Just like let me do something instead of just stare at my phone while we wait for Chop. I don't know. I have the tidal wave wait or whatever. I usually do that and just mute my mic while we're chopping, but some leg movement would probably be good. Yeah, see, like that's too much. Yeah, I said hi to you, Gav. New 15s opening now. This is our last 15-minute candle of the day. Very important that we hold the 210, 212 area, like 210, 215, sorry. If we can bid that, we have potential for continuation. If not, then there's probably nothing here. Just a rotation back down to POC, and it's probably not playable. The bid is trying here, though, at 210. Again, we have MOC in 5 minutes. That should create some volatility. I personally haven't taken anything since we pushed over 190. I really want to see us look over 240 in the close so that we can start to rotate back up to VWAP and ADR into our higher targets. Just gotta get over this LBN, man. Yeah, I would agree. So we have, what, Tesla ER today after hours, and then jobless claims in the morning. Such a rough area. Damn. I'll post MOC when it comes out. Minute 50. I don't know. Didn't feel good up there. I mean, we held where we needed, but
So 1 minute now until we get the markets on close imbalance for the session.
you've got bigger balls than me. This was a good hold where we bounced, though. MOC, 2 seconds. And we'll see out now.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance, the S&P 500 a buy side of 625 million, the Nasdaq 100 a buy side of 765 million, Dow 30 a buy side of 225 million, while the Mag 7 stocks are a buy side of 370 million.
I don't see anything that's good enough to be a pullback level. Is our, what, ETH target on Russell? I believe. Or no. This is just weekly value low. Yeah, I mean, I honestly believe that if we can see a sustained bid over 220, that like the overall target's up into like 260, 270. But it's just like, are we gonna get it in the next 5 minutes? I don't know. Or does it happen overnight? Ugh. This candle is so two-sided. It's crazy. This was a tiring session. So much talking. Jesus. I'm gonna have to listen to the earnings call for Tesla. Ugh. A long night. I'm not staying on that online for that. You're crazy. I need to get away from this desk. The target labels are from the indicator structural. Shit, what's the actual name of it? We call it stacked. Structure ATR cloud with targets. That's what that's from. Clubhouse. That you should have access to that as well. What's your name on Discord, man? Oh, okay, that's you. Okay, so you DM'd me this morning. Got it. That I think I sent you a link. That link that I sent you, if you click that link and then import it into your own trading view, you'll have all the settings and all the indicators on that I'm currently using. So you click that link, and then in the top right corner, it should say copy, and then it'll open up a version of it in your own trading view, and then you can just save any of the indicators settings like you want. So say you like the settings of some of the indicators that I have on, you would just select that indicator itself. So let's say you like my PVZ settings. You would go in from that link and then just go to save as defaults. And then it'll save it to whatever you want. Or another thing you can do is you can save all of the indicators I have on as a template so that you can apply it to other charts very quickly. So if you want to do that, there's this thing right here called templates. Yeah, right here. So indicator templates. So you can save indicators as a template. And then we can call this morph. Actually, we'll call this Clubhouse. Right? And then you'll save this. And then when we go to select, you'll see Clubhouse. And then when you start it, it'll be right here, Clubhouse. And then you can click it to easily apply all of your indicators that you want into any of your panes on any layout. You just would click that one button, and then it would add 8 indicators with all of my settings. Later, Ty. Do you have any of those that converts to TOS, Thinkorswim? We do not have any of our stuff, but I have a ton of TOS indicators and tools. If
10
you
minutes time
have
frame,
anything
profit
specifically
hour.
that you want, I
Okay.
can give you access
Okay.
to.
Earnings season continues with big names such as Tesla and IBM printing their Q3 earnings.
I
So
used
Tesla, their
to,
estimated EPS is seen at 58 cents with an estimated revenue of $25.55 billion, whereas IBM has an estimated EPS of $2.27 and an estimated revenue of $15.15 billion, both of which due to report at 10 minutes past the hour.
I used to primarily, or yeah, basically primarily use TOS. So I've got quite a bit, and I used to write ThinkScript. So got some custom stuff. You just have to let me know what you want, and I can try to find something for you. But the primary tools that we now make indicators for are ThinkScript through TradingView. We do not support anything on TOS, sadly. But that is close, folks. Decent day. Pretty good. Needed patience. But not terrible. We ended up getting stopped out, but not overall all that bad, right? Pretty good. All right. I will see you all tomorrow. Hopefully, we continue to push. That'd be ideal. I would love to see our idea pay off, right? We got our buy into our demand on the look below. Things that we need to see into tomorrow, just before I go, is we're going to need to see a very clear willingness to get back into this range that we were trading in for a week, right? We can hold here and then rotate through. That should give us a really nice opportunity to rotate this full range from 91 to 96 on QQQ, which is what, again, we've been rotating in between for a while. So yeah, that's really all I'm looking at. I want to see demand hold, and I want to see us push and ideally break highs. Worst case scenario, we reject our range low and then continue downward, or have to chop here for a few days and then we go up. But with jobless claims tomorrow, as well as Tesla earnings tonight, I doubt that we stay here, regardless if we go up or down. So tomorrow should hopefully be good. Then once we have those two catalysts out of the way. But yep. All right. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night.